Okay, so today there was a little bit of a struggle. For some reason, my streaming software shut down last time, so I'm having a little bit of delay. But regardless, here I am. Today I'm going to be working on this commission for Lily Ryan. It's the couple featured in their book, A Kingdom of Silver Shadows. Today I've set it up. I recently posted on Threads that I'm booking my commissions for October, and everybody was super sweet. Honestly, I was kind of panicking a little bit. Let me just lower the music for myself because I can't hear myself think. I was panicking a little bit because I felt like it's my primary source of income as an artist, and it was slowing down a bit, so I was like freaking out. And then I realized everybody is super sweet, and it's been almost a year, a little under a year. There's still a few more months of me doing this full time, and I realized a lot of people had questions about doing commissions, or they thought it was kind of impossible. So I would like to open this resource. People can answer questions about being a full-time artist or about literally like anything. Today though, because my software shut down, I'm gonna set it up so I can see everything. So yeah, I'll be working on this. I have the checklist right above. I'm gonna finish Killian's clothes. He's kind of naked right now. I gave Saoirse's clothes already. It's spelled Saorise, so I'm assuming Irish name. Also Killian, also Irish name. I do have the references, so I will pull them up. So if I miss something in chat, forgive me. I'm gonna add the flat colors. I'm gonna essentially go as far as I can because I have other commissions that I need to do. And I'm also preparing for my event next week, and which is why we have this Miku print. And it's linked both on Twitch and YouTube. Okay. That is why she's the featured one, because she's the only one that I printed in big size yet. Alright, let's get started. That's enough of me yapping. I did draw a little bit today already, so I'm like warmed up. I was trying to get a commission in, like an update in before I started streaming. As you can tell, I was a little bit late, so that was not possible. However, I will do my best. Alright, let me pull up the chat with my client that you can't see. So for Saoirse's outfit, usually I work on the pose first and then I do the clothes. So thus she's also naked under here. Gave her her clothes, and then I realized, wait, I don't know what he's wearing. Let me double check. Something similar. So like kind of like assassin. When I searched it up, I seriously searched up like dark assassin outfit on like Pinterest, and it worked. So hey, here we go. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna search up like, I'm sure it's like really similar, but like you can't draw what you don't know. And I've drawn a lot of assassin character, but like let me double check, okay? I'm thinking like dark colors, leather, tight fitting, muscly man. She's covering more of her skin. Maybe we show his skin more then? Just because, you know, interest, contrast, whatever. Also, he has a special feature. He is like kind of flamey. That's crazy. Crazy statement. He has like fire powers, it seems like. Let me double check. He's glowing. This much I know. I just can't, I don't want to like not do them justice. All right, yes. So they're surrounded in shadows, and he, with fire magic, glows, but not obnoxiously. I like this comment. I love that so much. Okay, beautiful. Beauty. So I got that. So which means after I do the flat colors, I gotta remember to add the shiny. Yeah? All right. We're good. Maybe I'll add like notes for myself, because Lord knows. If anybody does come in with questions, if, not when. If somebody comes in with questions, I will have to remember what I'm doing. Bro glows. Giving myself a little thumbs up so I remember. Okay. Seems stupid, but hey, if it works, it works. All right. So I want to show more of his skin because he is glowing. All that yapping to say, I want to show more skin. I don't know the time period this is in, but I also know that in like fantasy books, sci-fi fantasy, it's kind of like they don't really necessarily have to have a time period. But like I like to, especially as an ex-fashion major, look at something for like reference to be like, oh, if it's like fantasy, are we thinking medieval? Are we thinking a little bit more sophisticated? Are we thinking sci-fi, you know, like crazy modern sci-fi? I'm pretty sure we're going with the like, you know, stereotypical fantasy route. I don't want to say stereotypical, but yeah, stereotypical. I am wearing a back brace, thank you. Because I knew it was gonna be one of those days. I'm not gonna lie, I finished working the other day and I was like, I messed up. I said the other day, it was yesterday. I'm completely lying. Okay, let me think here. All right. Evil mastermind pose. Like, let me really think. So she's covering her neck already. So I'm like, do we need to cover his neck? Something similar, but not the same. I do need a reference. I can't do it without it. Alright. Maybe I shouldn't search up male. Maybe I should search up men. Yeah. I don't know what that's about. When you search up the women's version, gotta search up female. When you search up the men's version, gotta search up man. Weird. Strange. But it's a thing. When I search up assassin, I just find Assassin's Creed, which is not wrong, but it's certainly not right. Definitely not what I'm looking for. Maybe rogue is better, you know? It's almost like I've done this before. It's almost like I've drawn similar things before. The answer is yes, I have. Crazy concept. All right. Okay. I try not to read too much about the characters. Sometimes I'll ask if it's prudent to know, like if they're posing together, I'll be like, okay, so what's the vibe? Is he like sassy? Or is he like very dominant? Like what's the vibe? I didn't ask because I had like a predetermined pose. I won't ask if there's like a clear pose idea. Then I'll be like, all right, fine, cool. But I did establish from snooping on the author's account that this character is kind of a jerk. But I kind of like the jerky characters. Anyway. So when I think of a kind of mean character, I tend to give them more pointy things. More edges. Because they're edgy, get it? Everything in the art world is punny. But actually, genuinely, think of all the Disney villains you know. They're all pointy. There's Scar, there's Jafar, there's Maleficent. They're pointy for a reason. All artists are just really working out of the same book. For real. It's in nature as well. Obviously, you know, tigers, pointy teeth. Sheep, fluffy. You know? Like, yeah. This guy has a back brace too. We're both wearing back braces. Have you seen men's corsets? They're amazing. I feel like working on commissions. I mean, of course, I did a lot of fantasy characters beforehand because I was applying for game jobs. But I have searched up so many things for like outfits. And whenever guys wear the exact same thing, I'm like, no, you don't have to. I have seen the fantasy fashion. You really can wear whatever you want, my dude. All right, speaking of fantasy fashion, I can't find it on my desktop-y searches, so I'm going to search on my Pinterest. I'm not actually going to search on Pinterest. I'm going to look through my Pinterest because I have already done projects similar to this. So, is this clothing or armor? Is the question. Clothing? Clothing? So I got clothing. I was very specific about this. I got medieval fashion. I've got nomad adventurer. Beginning to think that this may be armor. I probably put it under armor. Yep. Yeah, I did. All right. Okay, yes. Oh, let's go. How, like, savage is this guy that he wouldn't have, like, sleeves on? I think he would actually have sleeves on. But we can give him shorter sleeves. Because, like, what kind of man is going out there fighting without sleeves? The only men I can think of are those like really hulking thug kind of characters in like video games. That like henchmen kind of guys. They're never the main character. Maybe it's like, oh, they're so big that they're hot all the time, so they don't need it. Or we just didn't want to make the assets in the video game because that's a lot of work. Therefore, let's make the assets, okay? Yeah, he definitely has to wear some clothes because this would be really uncomfortable. Actually, like, imagine wearing leather on bare back? On your bare back? Ooh. Not me. We've made him pointier. This will be pointy. This right here. But then her hand is there, so I'm like, maybe this will be flat, and then this part will. Right after this, I'm trying to push this one as far as I can go, so then I can work on my other commission after I finish streaming, which would be crazy. Thank you, Gotcha Lucky. I'm doing my best. Alright. I'm trying to make him pointy, her a little softer. Also, her hair is like very soft color, and I think her face is kind of maybe low contrast because her hair is so light. TikTok terminology. But it's true. Right. A lot of people ask me what's the difference between ordering a character design and like ordering a character illustration from me. Now I'm more leaning toward character illustration because it's very rare for me to get an actual order for character design. Character design means, like, for example, in this case, I don't have a reference for the outfit, but I'm still designing the outfit. Character design is like, we are going to reuse this design. This is a solid design. We're using it and we're putting a lot of thought into it. We're gonna do it back and forth. I'm gonna send you the updates and be like, do you want this one or this one? Or do you want this one or this one? And this is pointy because this character is like this. And this is red because this character is like this. Do you like that? Does that fit the character? Are you willing to have that be your character forever? Kind of thing. Like, is that really fitting? Is that representative of your character? And it's very rare that somebody actually needs that. It's usually like, okay, yeah, if they do this. Now this is going to be your reference for the next artist or something. Or this is going to be your reference for the video game. I don't know. Whatever it needs. So it's very rare. But when I do get them, they're actually the more complicated ones. So I didn't stop offering them, but I stopped advertising them. They're still there. But they take me so long to finish. Not like the illustration. Alright, he's pointy! Let's go, pointy man. Something I really hate about Pinterest right now, though, which is maybe why I like looking through my old pins more than going through the new ones, is I cannot tell what's AI and what isn't from first glance, which is not really always a problem, because I'm like, okay, whatever, I don't need it to be literal, I'm just passing. I'm like, I see it, I'm like, okay, whatever. But when I need to figure something out, that's why I'm looking at the reference in the first place. So, kind of not helpful. I cannot actually use it, because I'm like, oh, actually, when I start studying it, that's broken. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. Okay. Bro needs to have have some kind of shirt. So we give him something back here. Remember how I was like, I'm gonna give him less clothes, and I proceeded to not do that. My bad. Alright, I'm not gonna give him I'm imagining his shirt ends like here, and we don't see it. Like on his underarm, like it's a tank top. Like this guy has style or something. Alright. I think that's good. I don't think I need to give him, like... I especially don't want to give him, like, a collar, because it's like his neck is already, like, determining the angle that he's in. As soon as I mess up this, then it, like, makes it confusing, so I'm not gonna do that to me. Alright. Yeah, alright. Let us erase the lines that we don't need. Eye back, you don't need that. Let me start by talking about stuff for commissions, just in case people don't know where to start, and if somebody wants to rewatch this, because there are so many things. There's so many things that I didn't know. And I remember I searched it up on YouTube and it was like, who the heck has answers? Because I am that kind of millennial. I'm not going on TikTok. Back then, I was like, who has the answers? Somebody tell me. I wish I could make like a proper structured video, like a bunch of questions, but they just pop up here and there. I see them on threads all the time. Most of my commissions come through threads. I don't know how it happened. Don't ask me. People found me. I think there's a lot of authors on threads. And what I found is there's a lot of gamers on Blue Sky. So I post the same content in both places. However, I have found one resonates better on one side than the other. The thing with threads is I already had a following on Instagram. The problem is I couldn't reach my audience. So then it was not really the greatest place for people to actually find me. If you're interested in buying my stuff, yeah, of course you're going to interact with my stuff, right? But not all the time. And then I get buried, and when it comes time to, hey, I don't remember what that artist's name is. I follow so many artists, don't remember what her name is. Can't see her stuff. Kind of a problem. So threads had really helped me. So a lot of people ask, where the heck? Where do I get commissions? I vote for threads because that's what's worked for me. But that's because I had already a following on Instagram. I have heard that other artists prefer Reddit, but they I think they come by a little less naturally. You really have to put yourself out there and often for it to work. You have to literally put yourself in artists for hire subreddits. And I had done it a few times and I didn't really have much luck. Even if it pops off, I've heard that it doesn't really work all the time. And they are not returning clients. That's what I've found. That's what I've heard from other artists, at least. They'll find your stuff. They'll find you for this one project, but once you need another project, they're not coming back. There's some loyal people, of course. There's always, but that's not always the case. Versus on Instagram, it's like, those people tend to, if they're following you, it's like the exposure thing, where you go to a store, and then you're like, I didn't need to buy anything, and somehow you're in the store, and now you have like 30 things in your cart. Yeah, it works for art too. I feel so bad for the authors on Threads sometimes. They're like, I need a budget and I can't order any more character art, buys more character art. And I'm like, I can't say anything because obviously I'm selling it. However, it's because it's in your view that you're gonna buy it. Inescapable. So that's part of it for sure. Whoop, they're now their own layers. I should probably save. I think that's probably the biggest question. People are like, where do you get them? And I'm like, bro, I don't know. Pure luck. Pure luck. When I started, at least. When I started, I actually got most of my commissions through Tumblr, which was crazy. Oop, hold on. We're finding my reference here. Copper skin, black floppy hair, muscular. He's got pointy ears, of course, and green eyes. Copper skin and green eyes is a really nice combo. I don't know how to explain why, but like, you get it. It's great. Okay, now we get to the part where it's like entertaining. But I actually have found that people really enjoy watching the sketch part and then they don't as much enjoy watching the coloring part, which I still find mind-blowing. It's like, not me. Whew. Hi, Liam! My day's going great. How was yours so far? Just work and then work. More work. But if you like your job, you know, what's the saying? You never work a day in your life? That's a lie. I'm always working. But I hope your day is going well. Yeah. Maybe I should do multiply. That makes more sense. I was so confused. I was like, what am I doing? Bro is like, has the most intense spray tan of life, but we'll fix that. Oh, I get that. Strangely though, I've mentioned it a few times, is when I worked part-time, I had less time to draw, right? But I was still doing commissions. And somehow I was faster and I arguably drew more, which is very weird. Now that I'm full-time, I have all the time in the world to draw, right? No, that's a lie. We don't have a lot of time to draw, actually. It's very weird. Isn't that strange? Now it's like filled up with admin, emails, taking photos, making social media content. Straight up lying down. Like my back hurts. I pushed too hard one day. Or it's just full-on procrastination, I think, of just going, oh yeah, but I can do it later. It's fine. This week, I've been meaning to do, like, I have so many commissions that I'm trying to, like, push so I can take on the new batch. I'm pushing real hard. If I ever have a client wait more than, like, a week for an update, I start sweating. I'm like, oh my god, that's not okay. So, I've been, like, frantically running. And it takes everything in my being not to message them and be like, I swear I'm getting there. I swear, like, every single day. But there's a lot behind the scenes. doing art, actually, because it's not just about the art. You have to ensure that you sell the art in order to make more art. It's a little bit complicated. I think he's full. He looks orange right now, but bear with me. Are we bearing? I hope so. This is also not black, it's purple. And I intend to keep it that way. Woo! Woo! Craziness. Okay, I do intend on giving them a dark background. A background dark. Hmm. Oh, also, I didn't realize this until Twitch told me today, but thank you so much for 110 followers. That's very cool. Very, very cool. Sometimes it happens when I'm offline as well, so I don't notice that it's done that. But very cool, very cool. Very happy about it. We're getting somewhere. I don't intend to ever be like fancy partner or anything, but like would be cool that I make some money in the background while doing commissions so I don't, you know, implode. Okay, let me look at her colors. Before I do like his hair and everything we can do afterwards. But she's pale. Silver hair. So yeah, low contrast, not crazy bright. Sapphire eyes. Blue. Very pretty. All these color choices are very pretty. Let's go. Okay, that's definitely not. That's not. Whenever I have an artist in the chat, I'm like tempted to say like, oh, you know, what kind of stuff do you draw? Or ask them a lot of questions. But then not everybody is as like, what's it called? Comfortable. Especially because, you know, I chose to be live. You didn't. But at any time, feel free to volunteer your information. I mean, volunteer your information. Please give me your social security. No. Give me what you're comfortable with when it comes to art, okay? Maybe we do. Okay. Thick. Obviously, she's wearing clothes. And her clothes are not skin color. But this is just the base, okay? This is my process. Trust the process. Oh? Trying to think of like, obviously I want people to be able to use this as a resource. However, I can't really think of questions off the bat. Like, what do you need to know? Answering your questions without having the questions. A little bit tricky. Everyone has such creative questions. But like when I made my thread recently, people were like, you're here booking commissions for October, but I can't get any. And I was like, hey man, I get where you're coming from. However, come watch my YouTube video and I'll explain. I'll give you some tips. Is what I'm saying. I am here as the resource. Please use. How do I want to do this? I think some artists don't do it that way, where they don't book in advance. They like take them at a time. They're like, I'm gonna work on 5 and then when I need it, I'm gonna ask for 5 more. But I'm the type to be like, oh no, we're booking in advance. 2 months in advance? 3 months in advance? Let's go. Because people have deadlines. And unpredictable things will happen where people are like, actually, my car broke down. Can't pay you anymore. So I think it's worth having that kind of backup, because if this is full-time, it's different if it's not full-time and you're just like, oh, okay, you cancel, whatever. You can figure it out. If you're full-time though, you can't cancel without me having nothing in the background. We gotta have something going. Me personally though, yeah, you can cancel. It'll be a bummer. Especially because I try my best to update often. But I am preparing it so like nothing terrible happens for me or for you, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Margot gets it. Booking in advance it's like also for budgeting too. But I think a lot of authors especially, they're like, I have this book coming out here, so I'm gonna book my promotional stuff here. So I can like line it up and also budget it accordingly. And then also, if my artist falls ill or disappears, I can find another artist. That kind of thing. Because I've heard it happen a lot actually, which is surprising, but also not surprising at this point because I've heard it so many times. Yeah, I don't know. I think some artists live on the fly, and that's wild. I'm also like, because everything in my life is very chaotic. Because I'm chaotic, the one thing I need solid is like, I need to know that some income is coming, which means having something booked in advance. But now that I've started doing public events, like in-person events, that is also now panicking me. Because I'm like, it comes to a point where everything's planned out, but you're assuming that you're going to be able to manage it, kind of thing. It's like having a deadline for yourself. You're like, yeah, okay, cool. So I need this book done in like 3 weeks. I can do that. And then it starts happening and you're like, oh my god, can I do that? And that's the state I'm in right now. But so far, I've never had my schedule actually fall apart completely, which is amazing. But once it starts to get a little bit delayed, like even a week, I'm slow by a week, I start freaking. And I think, very type B. But not everybody is type B. Which is good. They are the ones keeping me on check. Because otherwise... I do really appreciate when authors reach out and they're like, oh yeah, so I have this thing due in like 3 months. And I'm like, oh yeah, I got you, cool. But when they come to me and they say, I need this thing in 3 weeks. Some artists can do it. So actually, like, some things just happen. So I'm like, okay, yeah. But then I have 2 options. One is like, I do like a rush order, right? Where I say like, okay, yeah, I can do it, but it's gonna be really expensive because that means I have to put everybody else on hold. And then I have to rush like heck to get it done. And then the other option is the reasonable option of saying, I can't do it. I think if you are not confident to do it, that's the better option, honestly. What happened? Yeah, well, I'll just merge it, I guess. Great. I think there's been a lot of drama videos about this. Art drama is crazy. But I've seen a lot of like art YouTube drama, like art drama YouTubers. I don't know how to explain that. People who cover things that happen, right? And then they explain, like, usually when it happens that like an artist is like scamming or something, right? Where it's like they take the order and they ghost the author or something like that, or client or whatever, whoever it is. a lot of the time it's like they took on too many orders and then they didn't know how to say no. And I think it's better to just be like, I can't do it. Just know your limits. Just like, I cannot do it. I think that's more professional. And I think it comes with practice as well. But yeah. But I have done a rush order. And usually people are really, really nice about it. They're like, I completely understand if you can't do it, but I'm in a pinch. Is it possible? And then they're like, I'm willing to pay. Then I'm like, okay, cool. Sure, I'll do it. The only time I've had it happen though, luckily the stars aligned somehow where somebody canceled, like last minute, like, or actually mid project. They were like, can't do it. We're not a good fit. And I was like, okay, cool. It happens. Like my budget was, the budgeting was wrong, right? I was like, okay, cool. Somebody asked for a rush order at the same time. So it would have been tight regardless. I had already overbooked actually. Overbooked, but like within reason. I could still do it. I was just drinking a lot of coffee. But if I'm overbooking to the point where I'm like, I don't think I can do it, then I'm like, that's not overbooking anymore. That's not completing, which is bad. But I've never had a problem until, until I've put in like in-person events. Now I'm like, I don't know how much time it's gonna take because I've never done it before. But everybody's super sweet and super understanding. Because as long as you communicate, right? I think it's fine. You're like, hey, I still plan on getting your thing done on time. However, I'm a little slow for this period of time. For like 1 week, I'm not gonna be as fast. I'll get to you. When I come back, you're sure as heck gonna get 3 updates within 3 days. Something crazy like that. Because it happens, I know. For example, for me, I have an event coming up. 3 events. They're not back to back, but they're basically back to back in 1 week. So the prep for the event takes time. And then the actual event, I literally can't do anything because I'm not even in front of a computer. And then I have like, you know, some time in between, but chances are you have to schedule in time to be dead, you know? You gotta schedule in time to be just, I can't move. Nobody talk to me, don't ask me questions. Speaking of that week, I probably won't be streaming because I will lose my voice, probably. I've never talked so much that I've lost my voice. But after my first event, I was like, dude, my voice is going. It's a really common thing to get the convention flu. Because one, artists are awful procrastinators. Hi. And they're very creative, so last minute they're always coming up with something that needs to be done that would make everything amazing. And so that means very little sleep. A lot of coffee, not drinking enough water, and also talking to a lot of people, which is like, you know how COVID happened. Too many people. 6 feet, please. So I somehow didn't get the con flu. However, we were all worried I would because I was like, oh. I have worked through being sick because I work from home, right? So it's not really a problem to, not like I'm getting somebody else sick, except my partner. And then we'll both be sick. But kind of a problem for back pain and, taking time to recover. Still leads back to the same topic. Know your limits. Just know your limits. It's really important. Oh. But there have been a few times where I've taken commissions and I wasn't sure I could do it. But I was very upfront about not knowing if I could do it. I'd be like, hey, I think I can do it, but you're gonna have to be patient because I've never done it before. But it's not like you have the luxury of declining projects either. You kind of take what you got. That's kind of how it is with freelance a lot of the time. You're like, man, I don't know. There are some artists who are very strict with what they take, and it's very different, which is very interesting. So I would advise any artist who's watching this afterwards for some reason, I would advise, you don't have to do exactly the same thing as another artist is doing, because clearly we all do it differently. And we all have different need basis. Like if I wasn't doing this full time, maybe I wouldn't take as many. Because then it's not an income thing. Then I'm like, oh, I don't need to make this money. I would like to have some extra money, but it's not like, oh, I'm desperate. For example, I have other friends who take commissions, and they're great. Their art is beautiful. However, it's like an option for them because they're like tech engineer. Somebody in tech, doing engineering. They have a degree. They're really smart. They make a lot of money. But they take commissions because they enjoyed it. They tried it. And then they were like, I don't like this. So they close commissions. But their stuff is great. So commissions is not the way to go for every artist. It seems like they really like making merchandise and selling, because then it's like a different experience. Because they get to bond with other people who are into the same content as them, or not content, but same fandoms as them. So it's more like of a social thing than like an income thing, an experience thing. But for me, now it's an income thing. But my rates are, I know, actually quite low. So people are always like, they're very polite about it, but they're like, hey, can I give you some advice? I think your rates are too low. And I'm like, I know, but it doesn't make sense for me on a need basis, and also on a demand basis. It doesn't make sense for me to raise it crazy high, because I already have clients, a lot of authors who are indie, who say, hey, I can't actually afford this, especially with the conversion rate. Can't do it. Would love to. It doesn't work for me. And I'm like, you know how many orders I would lose? It might also be a confidence thing. I don't know. I don't know. I have found though, the higher the rates, this is the weirdest thing that I've learned. The higher the rates, the less complaints, the less picky things. When you're really affordable, they know that they can just like pay for any fix or whatever. Or maybe like they don't care that much about the artist. So then they like, it shows. It shows. They'll be like, hey, can you fix this thing? Even though I already asked to fix it like 7 times. It's a really common thing. It's very bizarre. But then the second that you show that you have a backbone and you charge a little bit higher, nobody complains. The weirdest thing. So like, I mean, keep that in mind, I guess, if you're making your rates. That's another question, actually. Oh, that one's a good one. People are always asking, how do I charge how do I price them? A lot of people price them based on minimum wage of their country or their state or wherever. A lot of people price them based on how much time it takes. Some price it based on competition. And I'm not saying look at artists as competition. I'm saying like, if you're selling the same thing, they are technically competition in business. But it's not like you have to look at them like in this negative way. Healthy competition is fine. It's as if like, I don't know, Fenty Beauty and House Labs were next to each other selling the same product. They are competition with each other, no? It doesn't mean Rihanna and Lady Gaga have to hate each other. They probably respect each other, right? That's what I'm saying. There are so many ways to price it. And there are so many people who will tell you ridiculous nonsense on how to price it as well. Because they are very opinionated, and the internet can be kind of a scary place for that when it comes to money. So the best thing is, what do you feel comfortable working for? Like, how much money would you feel comfortable? Would you feel comfortable doing this project for $5? Even though it's going to take you 5 hours? You're going to get paid $1 an hour. How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel? If you're living in Brazil or the Philippines, or I don't know, I can't remember the conversion rates, it probably feels just fine. The conversion rate is crazy. So they have the advantage. They can make their, or I think India as well, they have the advantage. They can put the rate lower in USD, right? So you cannot compare in that regard, right? This is a very important thing to note. Yeah. I've had people tell me when I was starting out that my rates were too high. And now that I'm doing this for a while, and I had orders back then, a few, not as many, because of course I was more of a beginner then. And now I constantly have people saying that my rates are too low, and I'm like, yeah, but that I'm not going to change them for you. Take advantage of it then. If you think they're too low, take advantage. Great. I am a very accessible, affordable choice. Great. That means our target market is probably not the same target market. My mod just messaged me, and I thought it was going to be something like terrible, but he just asked me something so non-consequential. Look, they look so different having clothes on. Okay, I gave her more cool tone colors because she's already cool toned. Her eyes are lighter, not lighter, they're bluer. What am I saying? They're blue. Her hair is lighter. It's silvery. Usually when I go for silver, I go like cool tone. And then he's more warm tone because they said copper. Also, you'll notice, just so I don't mess up, I just really say all my clients is they. I switch between clients a lot. The same thing happened last time I was working. I was like, what's my process? And then literally somebody in stream was like, I think your process is like this. And I was like, dang, the fact that you remember and I don't. Ooh. That reminds me, actually, I have seen like artists work on projects, especially someone like me. And like artists tend to like, you know, improve or experiment between projects. And I have noticed that there have been occasions, not only with me, but other artists have experienced this, where it's like the client comes back and they're like, it looks good, but it doesn't look the same as your usual stuff. Your style changed, and apparently that happens. So sometimes I have now started doing this thing where I straight up tell, what happened here? Oh, I see. I have started telling my clients to just straight up like, if you like a specific art style or specific artwork of mine, just reference that. Just send it to me. Like screenshot my art and be like, that one. Like that's the style that I want. Because at this point I keep doing different things. And I'm like, I don't know, when you order from me, I don't know what you're looking for always. most of the time I'm like, no, I get exactly what your vibe is. But other times I'm like, I just posted this super anime artwork and you're ordering from me. I need to double check. What do you want? Are you sure you're ordering the right thing? Because I can do both. I just get a girl who can do both, literally. Yes, I am always sleepy though, so I am always forgetting my process. But I'm also always experimenting with my process, so at this point I'm like, I don't know. I think also when you're talking about what you do, you forget what you normally do. That makes sense. I think so. Like, it's like when you're driving and you explain how to drive and suddenly you're like, I don't know how to explain how I do this specific thing. Maybe driving is not a good example. I'm trying to think of an example that's like that. Doing eyeliner? How do you do eyeliner better? I had a friend who recently started wearing makeup, and just so you know, you can start wearing makeup at any time, so heyo. But I had a friend who recently started wearing makeup, and they were looking for tips on how to put on like makeup and like do anything with eyeliner, and I was like, oh my god, I don't know how I put on eyeliner. Oh my god. If you were wondering, some of the tips for wearing eyeliner is the exact same tips for doing line art. You need to stabilize your arm. Because, you know, if you try and do line art like this, it's very difficult. But if I stabilize my arm, suddenly I'm not shaking. I'm not even, like, making this dramatic. My hand just is not... I would be a terrible surgeon. If you rest your elbow, suddenly you can do it. Yeah, I think it's the same. I think it's the same with art as well. Books and art, where it's like, what were you thinking behind this one decision? And I'm like, girl, if I knew, I would tell you. I don't know anything. I'm just here for the ride. I just made it. I love artists' compliments on art because they are so like in depth with it. They're like, wow, I really love how you did like this compositional idea. It really, you know, reflects the soft vibe of this character, emotion, blah, 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 blah. It's essentially the same thing of like, this author made the curtains blue because blah, blah, blah. Sometimes the author just wanted the curtains blue because, you know, aesthetic. I just work here, don't ask me questions. Exactly. Like, what do you mean? I don't... Whatever, man. I just did it because it looked good. That's literally all I do all the time. I have realized I am that type of artist, so it's very intuitive. Oh my god, intuitional. Lord. Listen, that's why I'm not an author. People keep saying, I think it was my previous stream, I was working on my original characters. They were like, you should write a comic. And I was like, I absolutely should not write a comic. Don't ask me to write a comic. It would turn out so bad. I can't write. I can hardly speak English, man. Like, what do you mean? I got made fun of a lot by my friends when they like proofread my English. They'd be like, what is it? It doesn't make sense. And I'm like, you know what? I can't speak English properly, but I can sure draw whatever the English is asking me to draw. So, whatever. Oh my goodness. Speaking of this, well, actually, it's completely unrelated, so not speaking of. See, for English. Recently, I had this really funny occurrence where, so my family knows that I work as an artist, right? They've been knowing that I work as an artist, but some people in my family didn't know that I was full-time, even though like I hint at it a lot. I'm like, yeah. So this is my job. I work for this client. Da-da-da. But it doesn't clock. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it? They don't catch that I'm actually full-time and I work from home. It's like I feel like a YouTuber trying to explain my job. And then I usually don't explain that I stream either. That I refuse to explain to people that I stream. I tried to explain it to my mom. It was hopeless. it's already a lot to explain that I draw things. Especially if it's like something that's out there, like fantasy or like things I can't mention, you know? I'm trying to explain. And then they're like, huh? Somebody pays you to do that? I'm like, have you seen a book? Have you looked with your eyes? And have you read a book? Have you seen a video game? Have you watched a movie? Have you done anything? Have you looked outside? Have you seen a poster? It's wild. People are like, have you seen a book? Yeah. No, but the crazy thing is the people who ask me this are people who like really like reading or like really like movies, and I'm like, who do you think came up with these things? The pretty things on your screen, where do you think they came from? Somebody's mind? Yes, they did actually. They did come from somebody's mind. They were probably not paid a lot to do it because people like you don't think I should do this as a job. Crazy. This is a thing actually. It's a full-time artist that I expected to run into, but like not really. It's a very volatile job where it's very like one day you have work and then the next day maybe it's a slow day and you don't have work for about 3 weeks. I don't know. Could happen. You're either hustling or you're panicking. So if I'm not hustling, that means something's wrong. I'm not making enough money, essentially. So when my family is like, are you sure you want to do that? Don't you want to get like a job working at a bank? And I'm like, I'm an artist. I can't do math. What do you mean work at a bank? The worst option. Do you even know me? What? I haven't seen a book. That's the true answer. Definitely not a medical textbook. Definitely not like a statistics textbook. Goodness gracious. Leave me alone. Scary. I don't know if authors also deal with that. I feel like any creative would actually have to explain to your family, hey, I'm doing this thing and I get paid for it. And they're like, you can get paid for it? I think it's common with the older generation too. Because they're like, there's so many things that have opened up. So many job opportunities that we have now. And then they're like, what? You can do that? I'm like, man, you can do anything. Have you seen some of the jobs? Crazy. You can do anything nowadays. If you're clever enough. I certainly am not. But the influencers out here, they're getting paid to review hotels, so that means they can do anything. I am not clever enough to review a hotel. No, I certainly am, actually. If you want me to review your hotel, hit me up. What do you mean? But I can't make it a living. That's what I'm saying. So I just like fully jumped into painting. I don't know what happened, but you know, sometimes that happens. The spirit moves me. That's pretty funny. If you wanna wait, no, this was really funny. Similar story is client commissions me, an author commissions me to draw the cover of their book, and I was like, sick, it's my first book cover. Woo! And I told my mom, and I was like, hey mom, I got commissioned to do this book cover. And then she's like, awesome, send me a link, I'll buy it. And I was like, no, don't buy it, it's kind of spicy. And she said, that's fine, it's whatever. And I was like, no mom, no. It's like, we're all adults here. No, we're not. I'm not. I'm not adult enough for this conversation. Mom, leave me alone. Scared. I don't know if she ended up buying it, actually. It was luckily, it was a order for somebody who doesn't live in North America. So I was like, well, if you want to do that, you can do it, but it'll be really expensive. So maybe you shouldn't. Please. Yeah, please. I don't know how to explain this to people. But people who grew up with me, like, who knew me as a child, yeah, they don't know what I'm doing for my job. You would think that, like, if you were full-time, yeah, I always tie it back in. If you were full-time, you would be able to just, like, run around going like, yeah, I got my dream job, I'm doing it. And you would tell everybody, being like, hey, yo, this is so sick. I'm doing the thing that I've always wanted to do. Yeah, I told nobody, which is wild. I don't think people know what I do for a living. In fact, I get uncomfortable when they ask. Because I'm like, please don't find me on Instagram. I have to show my face nowadays. It's weird. I don't want you to... Like, what's gonna happen? Somebody in, like, from high school finds my photo on the internet and goes, hey, I know that girl. Like, nothing's gonna happen. But I'm uncomfortable with the prospect, so please keep me. You don't know me. You don't know me. That's simple. I have actually known people who are TikTok famous, and I work with them. And then I found out after working with them, and I was very confused. As in, like, they pop up on my TikTok after I quit my previous job, and I'm like, wait a second. This whole time? Weird. It's weird. Wild. Known some people like that, and I think also, like, maybe, like, I've known somebody, like a friend of a friend that I met in high school, who's like really, really big on TikTok. Like huge. In a certain demographic. Somehow I also am in this demographic, and then they came up and they keep popping up on literally every social media platform I had, and I was like, this is getting weird. It makes me uncomfortable, the fact that I just know you. I gotta block you. It's weird. I support you completely. Go live your dreams, girl. But it feels weird. It just... Like, I saw you one time in high school and now you're famous and I don't know what to do with that information. Apparently, I've learned my response when I find somebody I know is famous. I freak out. So if I ever get famous, and God, I hope not, I don't know how people are gonna respond, but if I suddenly blocked by people in high school, you know what? That's for the best. It's for the best. For the most part, though, anybody who does know that I'm full-time has been incredibly supportive and very helpful. I have learned my lesson to never, essentially, if you ever have a hard time with anybody on the internet, don't say it on the internet. Instead, call up a friend and go, hi, am I crazy? And then they can go, no, you're not crazy. I would also, actually, you're not crazy. You're just doing the most rational response to something crazy. If I was in your position, I would also be crazy. And it's helped me a lot. So those are the people who know. Those are the people who know what I'm doing for my job. Thank you for the Thank you for the reminder. I did save. After going back and forth, I don't know if you can't see these layers, but if you could, you would be like, you're yapping and undoing and redoing a lot. And I'm like, yeah, I am. Yeah. Redo is my middle name. Azuki Redo Arts. Quite literally. Ooh, that's another topic actually for being full-time, is the amount of things that I have to fill out, like paperwork I have to fill out. And then obviously on the internet, I am known as Azuki Arts, right? The amount of paperwork I have to fill out using my real name freaks me out. I'm like, they know who I am now. It's like a secret. It's like, oh my god, oh my god. But it's like, no. Well, yeah, but like also, this is a thing I never realized would freak me out, but it does. Because I have to order a lot of things, and going to physical events, I have to put my name down. There's a lot of like money stuff happening. So it makes sense, but it does freak me out. Can we make you normal? Can we make you normal? This is a real question. Can we? Alright. We're gonna make him glowy, but like that's an after thing. But I need to know what they look like against a dark background, because otherwise this is not going. Alright. It's time. I don't know what it's time for, but it's time for something. Time to add shadows. That's what it's time for. I know who I am and what I stand for. Oh my gosh, she's gone. Sometimes there are accidents that I make that turn out to be better, because that was better. That was way better. That looks so much better. Like, this was dark, but this is darker. Goodness, I don't know if this client is going to print this. But hopefully their printer can handle this, because my this is really dark. I'm going to try and make it a little bit lighter, because this is really, really intense. But they have said nothing about printing, so I think we're fine. I have had clients come back afterwards, which is why I have it in my policy that like, if you don't order a commercial and then later you're like, oh wait, I do want to print it, you can just come back and be like, hey, I want to print it. And I'd be like, cool, 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 cool. You have my blessing, go enjoy. Exchange money, go ahead. Kind of thing. However, it does help to know beforehand, because we have already established the CMYK thing matters, but also, like, if you make an artwork really, really dark, it's hard to print. Actually, can I show you this hilarious thing that happened? I don't know how it happened, it was really weird. You can't see it, but all two of these are different. This one is also different, but this one is very obvious as to why it's different. What happened? I don't know. It's very strange. The printer said nothing. It was just like, you know what, I give up. I don't want to print Manon, actually. I'm not gonna print her. We're gonna have all the other members? Her? No. I was like, and then what's weird is the next print was fine. A mystery. So that's another thing, being a full-time artist. Full-time artists will tell you. Fighting with the printer is part of the job, actually. It's in the job description. If I had a job description for being a full-time artist, I think it would be like screaming at sticker cutter, being able not to lose mind at printer, forgetting to save, and then crying because program reset. Sometimes drawing, you know, that I think that would be it. That's it. There you go. So if you weren't sure if you were qualified, there's the qualifications you needed. You're welcome. All answers you needed. I don't know if I'm very qualified, to be honest. I have definitely cried over some lost files. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's think this through. He's glowing. He's the light source. So that means everything behind would be dark. She is actually not going to be that dark. recognize that some of her hair is missing, but like, we'll get there when we get there. So this might be too dark for her hair color, but we'll get there. Wondering what else you need to be a full-time artist. Delusion. That's a big one. Big one. I don't know if I've met a single artist who does this full-time who's not a little bit insane. They're all insane. Because you have no idea if you're gonna, like, something's gonna happen business-wise. And you just have to be cool with it. You're like, alright, yeah. It'll be fine. It'll work out. Could get canceled for streaming or sneezing on stream. And then you're just like, yeah, it's fine. Fine. Something dramatic. Something completely out of control. And you're like, yeah, it's fine. You could get no sales, no commissions for about 6 months. You get one, and then you think, yeah, I'm gonna do this for the rest of my life. Yeah, that's delusion, I think. But to be fair, when I started taking commissions, I didn't get them that often. Again, it was many years ago, so she had a glow up. But I didn't immediately go, oh, I'm gonna do this full time. It was never my intention to do commissions, actually. It was like a background thing because I couldn't get the job that I wanted to get. I was like, oh, I'm not good enough for this, but I can offer my services to people who need, you know, at the time, mediocre art. Which it would be what I said. I'd be like, well, it's not professional, but it's good enough for like certain things. So yeah, that's a good cause. I'll offer it, right? And then I realized the professional artists are doing the exact same thing. So then I was like, what are we doing here? We're literally all doing the same thing. I think I need to add some color variation to this shadow, otherwise it's gonna look real dead. So many things open that I'm like, where are the things, to be honest? Where? Oh, here we go. You can tell I'm looking at my browser because all of a sudden I look like really lit up. All of a sudden. Like, whoa. Also, the fact that I can look at the camera and you can see my face is probably a sign. I keep saying that I'm gonna get a second monitor. Technically I have two, right? Because my display counts as one. Like my tablet counts as one. But I don't know about y'all, but me, I'm the type of person who refuses to spend money because I'm an artist. I constantly feel like, oh, this is where it gets deep, I guess. I constantly feel like I am not worth spending money on. Even though this is a business and everything I do costs money. Delusional? Gotta be delusional. Otherwise you will never spend money and invest. For example, doing conventions and events. Tables are expensive. You have no idea if you're gonna make money. You go there and you're like, sure hope I make $1. It's not the same as commissions, where it's like guaranteed, right? So long as you have a good policy. There are some artists out there who are getting, it's the reverse. They are also getting scammed because some clients do chargebacks, or they do they ghost the artist. They don't, or the artist doesn't do deposits or something like that. That's why my policy is half upfront, because if I don't get the half upfront, one, I'm not starting. And then if I finish the whole artwork and then you disappear into Narnia, you're just gone, I'd be like, cool, you're not getting your thing though. That's ridiculous. Most clients though, I'm like pretty sure. I'm like, no, I trust that you're gonna do it. It's fine. I have fully sent a finished artwork and then realized that the client didn't pay because just something happened. Like, probably they thought they paid and they didn't. And clearly I thought they paid and they didn't, so. And then I like reached out to them and was like, hey, do you mind paying? I think both of us messed up. My bad. And they were good for it. So great. However, that's not the case with every client, especially if it's a new client. You've never worked with them before in your life. I've never seen this man, kind of situation. Yeah, don't do that. Maybe have a policy in place. I don't know what I would do if somebody tried to charge back an order, to be honest. I probably wouldn't do much, but I probably would like submit some kind of claim somewhere. There's supposed to be like legal things that protect you. This is another thing that's kind of dangerous about being a part-timer, or not part-time, a full-time artist. You don't really have insurance unless you work under somebody, right? So if somebody like steals from you, what do? You just have to be like, oh, I make enough money that I can cover it. Or you just take the loss and be like, cool. I am super, super lucky, and I think uncommon, that I've never had somebody actually scam me out of money. Somehow. I don't know how at this point, because it's rampant online lately. I have seen this one scam where they will pay half up front, they will get the work in progress, and then they'll put it through AI so they don't have to pay the rest. That one's crazy. Which is why, for my protection, client's protection, 99% of the time I send an update, it's a screenshot, so they can't really do anything. It'll be terrible quality. But this is also just in case like client wants to share an update. Then I'm like, cool, I don't mind. However, somebody, if you're on a public space, can take your update and do something terrible with it. Which is why I have in my policy, I like remind my clients, I'm like, hey, if you're gonna post it somewhere, if you're gonna post it in full quality, just be mindful that this is a thing that's gonna happen. It's possible. Because I don't sign my commercial projects either. So it's like, if somebody steals that, it's very easy. I think this is also a common thing, actually. Some artists don't sign commercial projects, right? And then when it gets stolen by somebody posing as that artist, it's really easy to steal it because they didn't sign it. And then another client gets fooled and thinking, oh, this is a reputable person because they have all this stuff completed. Which is like, you can't blame the artist for not signing because that makes sense. They didn't have to. But you know. Yay! Why is it telling me some crazy... Which is being mean to this comment? Why? Hello? How do I... Well, basically... The authors popped in. Hi, Lily. I'm glad that you can see it. Hold on. I just turned off a layer, so now you can kind of see it. There it is. I swear it's going to become prettier. However, I'm trying to add some color in here. But for some reason, Twitch is like, it's not a real person. Suspicious. And I'm like, what do you mean? There's the button. What is that? Huh? Why? I'm gonna ask my mod to fix it. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. I all of a sudden don't remember how to write in English. Oh my god. I think it's good now. If I feel like, yeah, okay, great. For some reason it says that's the first time. Wild. Yay! I'm so glad. It's wild to have clients pop up in your chat. Obviously, super welcome. I'm not saying that you're not welcome. I'm saying it's just a wild experience. It's now like, whoa. Now this person is like, not face to face, but it's almost like face to face where I'm like, oh my god, yay! You get to see things happen in real time. Yay. Oh, there we go. Okay, obviously I'm not gonna have it like that, right? That is wild though, that Twitch was like, the author of this book, we can't see him. We can't do it. I'm like, what the heck is this? I'm a newbie streamer. I don't know how to turn things off. Why is it doing that? Don't make my life difficult, Twitch. I'm just here to get paid, Twitch. Leave me alone. Thank you, thank you. I always send like my clients an update too in the very beginning. I'm like, I swear, I think I did it to you as well, where I was like, I swear it's gonna look better. Just trust me. Just trust it's gonna happen. But not yet. We're at the stage now where I have the thing here. It says hopefully start rendering. I'm at the rendering stage, but I am adding little pops of color just so they don't look like they're dead. Because without color, I know that it looks a little bit excessive right now, but like without it, it kind of looks flat in one note. And I do know that Alien's gonna be shiny, glowy. So we're gonna make him look alive, full of light. Okay, stick. Okay, good. We need that. I need everybody to. You know, it's like putting on makeup. I always make references to makeup when doing this, especially because I work with a lot of women. And I think like majority of my followers are also women. They get the vibe. But I'm always like, you know, when you put on foundation and you look kind of crazy when you do like contour or highlighter, there's nothing like blended. Yeah, that's the stage we're at. It's gonna look so fly. They're gonna look so hot, but let me blend the contour, okay? We're gonna get there. Also, her hair kind of looks blue right now, but I'm gonna do like color toning. Speaking of, I saw this girl at Starbucks today and her hair was platinum, and I was like, I want to compliment her, but she also kind of looked intimidating because she looked like she was speaking a different language and she was so like full of confidence. She looked cool. She looked so cool, and then she like picked up the phone and I was like, I can't interrupt this woman. She's on a mission. But she had the whitest hair I had ever seen in my life. I was like, I do not know how she bleached her hair that light. That is wild. I really wanted to compliment her, but I didn't. So now we're like channeling that into this hair because I saw it in real life. It was wild. Coincidentally, happened to see the hair color that I'm drawing, even though it's an unnatural hair color. Look at that. Okay, her eyes are bluer. I think I had to change it to purple for some reason. That's not sapphire. That's amethyst. Do I know my gems? That's... Woo. Hmm. Yeah, it was wild. I was like, oh, okay. There was once upon a time I also bleached my hair. If you haven't noticed my hair color, that's didn't go great. So, to be fair, I think this woman, you know, like, I think it's a common thing on TikTok. I hate that I have to reference TikTok for this, but there was this trend for a little bit, like Slavic beauty. They have like very specific look. So I feel like her hair was already light, so then to bleach it that, or she just put in so much effort. Oof. Hello, Jupiter. Oh my god, what is it just me or is it, no, it's not just me. Okay, give me a second. Because the background is purple and her current eye color is purple because I think the line art is purple. When I'm adding the blue, it looks green. So I'm gonna do like sorcery. That's blue, right? That looks more blue. If it's color specific, we're gonna search up a sapphire sap. We make sure. Yeah, it's like slightly purple, like cool toned blue. Doesn't that sound crazy? Blue is already a cool tone, but it's cool toned blue rather than a warm toned blue. What the heck is that? Teal? Oh no, for real. I can't. I can never bleach my hair ever again. Yes, of course I already have my back brace on. I need to. But also, Margot took care of me and made sure that I was wearing it. I'm doing my best, especially with commissions. I'm doing my best to wear a back brace. So if I start dying, it gets finished. That didn't make any sense. I meant it will get finished and I don't start dying. Or if I start dying, it still gets finished, but I don't have back pain. I do think, okay, so I'm gonna go a little bit exaggerated with this blue. It's gonna look a little crazy for a little bit because I know that he's glowing. It will change her eye color afterwards. So I'm like, okay, listen, I'm gonna look crazy for a little bit, but I swear I'm not gonna send an update while she looks crazy. Actually, she doesn't even look that crazy. Okay, so, okay, never mind. Whatever. I didn't want to give her the, like, you know the thing, the blue-eyed stare? Where their eyes are so bright and then, like, looks at you, like... I'm not gonna lie, that one character in Wednesday has it. Because it's not her natural eye color, and, like, her hair and her eyes are so dark, and her skin is also dark. Her eyes are, like... freaky a little bit, but I think that's intentional. But they do freak me out, and I'm not gonna do that to this character. Okay, I give up with trying to do this together like this. I'm going to merge them together, and then yeah, like insane. Yeah, it's wild. I think they just. They were going for something in that one. I had just realized you can't see it in the layer because my camera is beautifully covering it now. However, apparently her line art continues past her belt and I've completely forgot that I drew it. Apparently I did. Something interesting about Clip Studio I've realized is if I extend the canvas, whatever I had drawn previously is still there. But if I am on Photoshop and I crop it, it completely cuts everything. Which is very interesting, and I'm still figuring this program out. Oof. Alright. Okay. Where do I want to go? This is always a struggle for me. I'm like, where do I start though? Like, where am I going? Okay, face first. Always face first. Anyway, all right, we're going here. Because clearly she's the. I mean, they're both gonna be pretty, but like, she's the pretty one, right? Like, we're looking at her expression to understand what's happening here. Like, to get what's happening in this scene, we're gonna look at her. So, let's look at her. Also, don't know if you've noticed, better at drawing women, so. I did actually notice this recently, and I decided I need to rectify it. I'm always bringing the topic back to the title. That you actually can't tell that I can draw men unless you look at my previous commissions, but because I stopped posting commissions, because my art style for my merchandise and my art style for commissions is kind of, there's a difference now. I don't know how that, it just happened. Evolution. And I was like, well, I need to start putting commissions with permission in my stories, because otherwise it looks like I never draw men. Like, I just don't draw men ever. So I'm glad that people still come up to me and they're like, hey, can you draw this guy? I'm like, thank God you know I can draw a guy. It does happen often, and I say this with experience, that there are artists out there, when they draw the men, they do not look like men. Which is okay. However, not always what we're going for. And I have also seen artists who just straight up just don't draw dudes, which is also cool. Like, hey! I just happen to be one of those that lean toward making my characters very feminine. But then I always give my clients the freedom to be like, hey, if you need them to look more like this, more like that, just tell me, because chances are I can do it. I have a default. That goes with skin color, body type, literally anything. And it's usually at this stage, actually, where it's like, okay, now that I've added shadow, you can tell me they need more contour, because all of a sudden they're looking a little bit too young or whatever. Give a little lipstick. I don't know what world she's in, but she has natural lipstick. I heard this really bizarre thing that like you can tell the age of somebody's face based on how they talk and the way that their teeth appear in their mouth. Because depending on your age, the collagen in your lip is different, so it rests differently. That was a trippy one to learn. I don't know. I think I've internalized it, so I think I'll just somehow do it. Again, I did some snooping, so I know that this character is young. Not that young, but young, you know? Younger than me, therefore young. Alright. Girl, we're gonna give you a makeover. Right now, your face is not doing the thing that I wanted to do. Obviously, I'm not gonna give pressure to my clients and ask them to give me feedback during the stream, but I will, of course, give an update. And then, you know, go as far as I can. And then be like, okay, now. Now tell me. This whole time, what were you thinking? What do I need to fix? That way you can just relax and know that later I'll do the thing. It's like having to stop your barista because they're doing something wrong and you can see that they're doing something wrong, but you also are like, I don't want to interrupt you, but also I fully recognize that you're using the wrong milk and I can't drink that. Speaking of, I did drink milk today and my nose hates. So just beware. I start sneezing. It's my decision. I made the decision for my life today. Exactly. I feel like you can grow so much in like even 2 months. So like somebody will be like, oh yeah, I'm 27. I'm like, baby. Alright. You have no idea what crazy nonsense I did at 27. Crazier than you, I'm sure. But then it's a double-edged sword because then I see somebody who's like, you know, 40. And then they do something crazy. And then I go, man, I'm not gonna be like that at 40. And then when I hit 40, I am like that. And I'm like, oh God. The pressure. But I'm doing my best to not assign it to age. I picked one age below you. Hey. Nice. No, I was playing a video game on stream and I saw somebody's license plate, or not license, sorry, license, their like driver's license, their ID in the game, and it said they were born in 1995, and I was like, oh my God, me. It's just like me for real. Somebody who was born before the I actually was watching a comedian, and he was like, I grew up in a time where they didn't know where we were outside, and they did not care. They could not reach us, they didn't care. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty much, yeah. Something is going on here. Okay, I'm gonna flip her. This is wild. I can't understand what I'm doing, which means I've looked at it. Oh, it's a good time to flip, actually. We haven't done it yet. So, you know, I should really make that a thing where it's like, you can tell me to flip. Gonna load. Convert the text. Like, what do you mean text? Oh, I see. Well, sure. Yeah, I see it now. I see it. I see it, and I gotta work fast enough where I will continue seeing it because I won't see it in about 2 seconds. Let me tell you. Woo, it's gone. It's fleeting. Alright, we do some plastic surgery. Sorry, girl. You can be beautiful in any way, but also, this is my artwork, so not bad. Sorry. Oh. Oh. This is when you look at reference. I see my issue. I'm gonna do it on another layer, otherwise I'm gonna mess up. I'm gonna give her some youth, but also make it look like she knows contour, but also make it, because she's more athletic, right? So we're gonna give her a face that matches that. Alright then, I will just do it a different. Goodness. Sometimes I start adding detail, and then when I add detail, then I run into an issue. Like, alright, well, I went too far. She looks kind of more doe-eyed, but I think she's a little sharper. So we're gonna make sure that works. Look at the angles. Obviously, if you're looking up, less of your eyelid is gonna be showing. So let's pretend she has a smoky eye, alright? Then it'll work. Notice how I'm turning my head when I could just turn the artwork? Crazy. That's how you develop neck pain. I'm too old for that. You're not doing that. I do this every time where I start rendering and then their face becomes smaller and I have to resize their face. Every time. Like literally every time. You would think I would learn my lesson. No, no, no. Why would I do that? It's just a part of the process now. It's just a step in the process. Duplicate so again I don't mess up. You know what this character kind of reminds me of right now is there's another artist who does an art characters similar with silvery hair and really pretty ears and really pretty face. Is don't know how to pronounce it. WLOP. He's really famous and his stuff is great. I'm gonna pull it up. I don't always do this, where I pull up another artist. But I feel like he has a character that is similar and would be a really nice reference. Like, she's got that ethereal vibe about her. My goodness, he has so many. Maybe this one's a good reference. This one's a good reference, but I think it's small. I know a lot of artists look up to this artist, so WLOP, from China. Most of my art reference, I would say, are either Russian or Korean. So he's not as big of inspiration to me. However, obviously I know him. I think he's like, if you were to be, maybe this happens with authors as well, but if you were to have like an inspiration, like a platter of inspirational artists, right? He would be like crackers. Like, he would be on the charcuterie board, he'd be crackers. Like, we all have crackers on our charcuterie board. He is it. We all know him, and we're all inspired by him, but it's not maybe like your main inspiration. What kind of reference is that? I don't... Charcuterie board. Yeah. Obviously, facial proportions very, very different. But like the styling of silver hair and elf, an ethereal vibe. What it reminds me of. So good reference to have in coloring and softening. Speaking of having like inspirations. Ooh. Hi Danica, how are you? I would say I'm quite inspired by and I don't see their stuff as much, but like I like their merchandise. Cosmic Spectrum Art. They're also on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can check them out. And I recently left a comment on one of their videos, and they were talking about they were talking about the struggles of social media as an artist, and they've been full-time for a long time. But they're in a different category for me. They're a comic artist. And we've already established, can't be a comic artist because I can't write. So I have major props to the authors, right? And she replied to me and I was like freaking out. I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. But what I've learned is like literally even the full-time pro artists who have been doing this a really, really long time are like literally in the same boat. We're all thinking the exact same things, worried about the exact same things forever. So whatever you're worried about now is literally what you're going to be worrying about later. But it's true. I will absolutely send it to you, Lily. I'll also let you know their name because he's a famous one. He's a good one. He has a lot of like fantasy paintings that are gorgeous. They're amazing. And like, maybe the reason I don't really use him as a reference anymore is because like we do completely different types of art. I do mostly characters. He does like full, like, it looks like a movie spread, which is like, wow, amazing. But also we're not the same, quite literally. But you know what? Yeah, I get the personality types probably would also be a thing, huh? I feel like I have 2 original characters and I don't plan on doing anything with them. But I feel like they are essentially the most stereotypical like book trope, where it's like, you know, grumpy character meets sunshine character. They don't date though. So like there's that. Yay. I have one thing going for me. Okay, yeah, she looks better. Now we flip her back. And then she's gonna look weird to me again. I don't know. Forever thing. Wait, hold on. We should look at him first. Hey man, how you looking? Okay, I guess it's time to do a little bit of work on it. Yeah, it's a very, like, straightforward, huh, that trope. But sometimes the most basic tropes are the best ones. Like, enemies to lovers. They're great! I love them! Can't go wrong. Really can't. It adds a little bit of voice. But not that kind of spice, I just mean spice, you know? It's interesting. Dynamic. Okay, not gonna lie, your lip, bro. He low-key looks like he's going because of the way I did it. There he is. He's got more of a lip. Great. Ooh. Ooh, I have another topic that I can bring up. So again, lucky viewer who's watching this in the future, you'll have all the answers in the background. Something that I've noticed that I just remembered as I'm like streaming this is a big issue that's happening a lot is the scams with AI. And one thing artists can do to get around it, or not around, whoa, not around, sorry, to get ahead of it, sorry, whew. That's bad wording. Get ahead of it is just put it in your policy immediately. Like, I think a lot of artists are getting good at that, and I think a lot of clients are also getting good at that. They have like, you know, contracts, but then they also have like a full like, hey, if you're concerned, you can ask, and also here you go. This is what you got. I was just thinking, I was like, what are the conversations I've had recently about being a full-time artist? And I was like, that's a new one. That's a new thing that's happened. And I don't know if I've updated my thing, but I've definitely been very upfront of being like, we could just stream. Hey, I don't do it for that reason, but like, it just worked out. I was like, great. Actually, no, I absolutely do it for that reason. Just like out of like spite. I'm like, oh yeah? Watch what I can do. That's the genuine reason I started streaming. But also, it was because I'm too extroverted. Anyway. That's a good thing to keep in mind if you plan on taking commissions. But also a good thing to keep in mind is apparently these two characters are grumpy x grumpy. Ish. I love that. That's amazing. If they do their own thing though, the good writer. Me? I'm not gonna be responsible for a comic anytime soon. Somebody was saying that I could find a writer to do it. Like they can be responsible for it. And then I would just be like, I just supply the art, and I'm like, cool, but I'd have to pay them, and I think authors should also be paid fairly, so like, that's a future project when I get rich, and I'm an artist, so I don't know when that's gonna happen. No, people are very sneaky about it, and I have been complaining about it for a very long time when it even started, and it's so like, what's it called? Dividing, polarizing people, uneducated people versus educated people on the topic, but then also subjective things come in. And I think if you're going to be spending money, you have every right to be like, hey, how do you make that? And can you show me? Because I'm spending heckin' money. And money, as we have just established, it's hard. Money's hard. So part of the reason was, yeah, I got so annoyed about it that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give my clients no reason to worry and also get paid doing it. Because I get paid via Twitch. Not a lot, obviously, where it's a beginner thing. It's slow. But I got so tired of it that I was like, yeah, okay. This is ridiculous. I can't control what other people do, and it's happening everywhere. So all I can do is literally learn from them on what not to do. And sometimes that's something you need to know. You gotta know. You gotta know what not to do in order to be heckin' appealing. Well, now that I've turned it this way, I can see it now. Hey, buddy. You also need some plastic surgery. So sorry. And I think it's mostly a nose angle thing, but like, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get you there, buddy. need a reference. What do men look like? Quick! I do feel like I made these eyes comically green. Like, I need to make it fit the lighting. Because even if they're green, in lighting, they change. Okay, contour, bro. Doesn't help that I added red, so now I'm like, what? What am I doing? I chose to do a profile, but I also did it fully aware that profiles are kind of hard, so I do my best. But it might take extra time, is what I'm saying. Okay, now you just look really, really intense because that color is real bright, man. Nothing like struggling live. See? See, people? I'm willing to struggle live. What are you willing to do? For money? Lie? Nah. I'm willing to look stupid. I have to do it with humor. Thank you, thank you. I'm sure I can do it. It's just that literally every time I'm like, what's happening? I feel like probably authors have similar experiences where like maybe they get stuck on the same section for a really long time and like they start questioning their ability, and then like when it's done you're like, oh, it's not that bad, but like it's been 3 hours or something. Is that no, just me? It's gotta be all of us. Because if it's not, I quit. Okay, listen. Do me a favor, you seeing on the screen right now, cover his nose. Everything looks right except his nose, which means it's his nose. My dude, I'm just gonna quick rhinoplasty. I'm just kidding, it's not just his nose. Here's a trick. Alright. Alright, here's a trick. I do it every time, and I do it on so many streams that you should know this trick by now. So his eye is following this way, right? His lip is also following almost, right? His nose ain't really following the same direction. That's my problem. Okay, maybe this line is too long. This is whoop, whoop. But yeah, no, I feel like every creative suffers through that, huh? You either think you're a god and everything you've ever created is amazing, or it doesn't matter that it's trash because now you're a god, so you've ascended and whew, you've risen. Or you really need to go get some junk food because you're about to cry. There are some streams. I actually recently got tips. I'm offering tips on how to do commissions and all that stuff. But I recently asked for and got tips on how to do streaming as an artist. And somebody said, take a break if you're having a bad day. People can tell. And I was like, buddy, as an artist, there's too many bad days. I can't just not, you know? I can't just not show up. It would happen too often. If I didn't draw every time I was like, man, my stuff is trash, I simply would not be on this stream right now. I would be horizontal, all right? That wouldn't be great for my income or my sanity. So, sir, I think you have some lines. Yeah, you have some lines, but there are lines that are wrong. We do benefit from being humble, though. Yes, I agree. Absolutely, 100%. There are some people out there that are a little bit too cocky, and I'm concerned. I had one boss who said it very bluntly. There was somebody that I worked with a while ago that was a baby, that was young. And he talked like he knew everything, and his way was always better. And both of us, quite seasoned and experienced, looked at each other and we were like, a slice of humble pie never hurt anybody. He quickly learned that his way was not the best way. But he didn't want to listen to anybody else. And I was like, well, sometimes you'll get a serving. At least you're not getting served with, you know, court papers. But you're getting served with something. All right. She's yapping because she doesn't want to figure out her life right now. She's gonna figure it out right now. To be fair, I had a 3D model for this, but like the 3D model is not very helpful. So like, what was the point? See, it doesn't look that wrong. The more I stare at it, that's why I'm like tripping myself out. I'm like, what do you mean it's wrong? What do you mean it's perfect? It's alright, bro. You can have a taller nose if it benefits the party. The party being everybody here. I did cheat with this pose though, a little bit. I was like, technically, this pose might not be naturally comfortable. However, it's aesthetic. Therefore, you ever get posed in a yearbook photo where they're like, okay, now turn this way, and then like lift your head like this, and then put your shoulder down, and you're thinking in your mind, this is mad uncomfortable, man. Take the dang photo. What is this? That's what I think of when I pose my characters. I'm like, they're uncomfortable. But does it look good? Yeah. So, hey. We have spoken. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. On disliking taking photos. Yeah, he'll be fine. He's like, yeah, he's chill. He's a strong man. He'll do it. Wow, this is crazy. I didn't realize that I can liquefy 2 layers at the same time. Oh, that's new. So, that was unhelpful because this thing has been moving this whole time. So, great. Thanks. Thank you. That was... My guide was moving with it. That's like... The paper that you're writing on with lines is moving. So what's... Anybody write on a chalkboard and suddenly you're writing like this? That would be like the lines are moving like that. Craziness. Alright. What I do know about men, and this is very generic because again, what is gender? Don't exist, whatever. They tend to have a stronger brow bone, which means the shadow is stronger here. And sometimes it's just adding a shadow, which is like, oh, it just looked broken because there was a shadow missing. Cool. It's gonna look really intense for a little bit. All of my characters wear mascara and eyeliner because that's just the way of life for some reason. But if it doesn't serve the character, I'll remove it. But I think he's fine right now. I think he's alright. You're a nose, my dude. You're a nose. I think when I look up close, he's fine. When I look from afar, I'm like, bro, what's happening? What? What? Huh? Give me answers, sir. If we zoom out and this is correct. Crazy. It's a pleasure to be watched while I work. Lily, thank you so much for stopping by. And then I have several more hours. So hopefully you'll get an update and then you can see what it looks like. Past me struggling on his nose. It's a very vulnerable thing to be streaming while you're doing commissions. Get stuck on a nose for a very long time. But I'll figure it out and then you'll see it. Get some really good rest. All the creatives need rest. It's also a pleasure to be able to do this kind of thing, considering the state of things. Very much a pleasure. Thank you so much. I will need the luck. I need it. Alright, sir. Watch me figure this out as soon as she leaves. Watch. Just because that's just how life works. Alright. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do it. Right. Maybe his nose tip is actually wrong. Okay, okay, so listen, let me show you what the struggle is. Normally, if I'm struggling this hard, I'll like move on to something else. But when it's the face, we need to figure out the face. It's so important. Okay, so here's part of the issue. Not only the lines thing, because I thought the lines thing was the main thing, but it's actually not that bad. Once I fixed them out, I think it was fine. Because we're looking at him from kind of below, his nose cannot be like looking from the side. It's actually kind of like below his nose. And I think that's the issue. The fact that I know the issue is not the problem. The fact that I don't know how to solve the issue is the problem. Noses and feet, man. Those are the things that I struggle with and I question my life over all the time. Maybe we get the Asaro head, huh? Oh, if at any point somebody could answer this. You are a frequent bean? If you're a frequenter to my streams, let me know which days you prefer for streams, because I am removing one of my streams and we gotta pick which one is going. And it's so inconsistent that I actually cannot tell which day, because some days I have like 10 people in here and I'm like, we're having a great time. And then the next week, it's the same day and nobody's here. So I'm like, okay, so it's clearly not the day. It's just whatever I'm working on. So if you have a preference of day, you let me know and then I'll weigh it, because... Alright, I gave him the weirdest nose on the planet. That did not help my situation. Here's my second planned. We are going to take this nose, we are going to liquefy this part of his nose, and we're gonna pray it works. My God. A little bit too much. We're gonna search up the SR. It's ridiculous. Can't deal with this thing. Alright, my dude. Show me your nose. We're looking at you like this way. You do the nose this away. This is also wrong. Sometimes I wonder, like, do under eye bags make your eye look bigger? Or do they make them look smaller? Depends, really. Because aegyorosol is a thing for Korean makeup. But then also, if you put too much dark makeup around your eye, it looks smaller. That's freaky. Freaky. Alright, I think his nose is correct now. However, his eye is freaking me out now. Have you seen? You see like plastic surgery. Sometimes it's like the smallest little thing changes the whole face, and it actually, honestly, might not be the eyebrow bridge or eyebrow ridge or his nose. Like, it might actually be his forehead. What did I just say about like watch her leave and then I'll find out? It's the freaking forehead this whole time. Wild. Do you think that this could benefit from not being so harsh? Alright, I can't tell anymore. I've started too long. We gotta right a bit back. Give it back. It looks wrong. Okay, listen. I'd rather look like an idiot on stream than not do it myself. Right? I think that's a really strong mentality to have when you're an artist as well, where it's like, I'd rather do it badly than not do it at all. That's literally everything. Like, I'd rather do this commission badly. You never want to do commission badly, but think about it. Then never try at all. Never open my commissions. That's a huge thing that I think a lot of artists have to get over. Not in a way of get over it. I mean, it's a thing that all of us have to struggle with. All right, sir, your lighting is wild. What's that? Could also be the hair here. You think the last thing it is the hair, but like, I have been called out on my hair before. And the ear. Ear makes a huge difference. Because of his hand, her chin looks like it's I'm gonna do it like this, where she's on top. Because her chin looks like it's recessed otherwise. And I always make this disclaimer, just in case anybody watches this and like, oh my god, you don't think that quality is pretty. No. It's just a matter of character accuracy here. Everybody's pretty. Nobody clip this and think, oh, I'm not pretty. You're pretty. Got it? Alright. I do have a default face when drawing girls. Women, I should say. However, we do have a reference. This character is a little bit more sharp than the previous character that I've done on commission. Characters that I've done on commission. On stream, I mean. Oh my god, commissions that I've done on stream. So maybe let's make her look a little older, because she right now looks to be very young. And like naive almost, which is fine. Like not young as in like a minor. She definitely looks like an adult. It's just he looks like Clueless. Well, to be fair, her expression is kind of like that, but alright, for her, I think it's the hair. Her face just keeps getting smaller. What the heck is this? All right. I'm gonna make her hair look a little bit more fluffy and light. Right now, it just looks like really, really thick. Like she's in a Pantene hair commercial, but just because I haven't carved out any. Something I saw pointed out recently is that, you know, in Disney, Elsa from Frozen, her lashes naturally probably are blonde because her hair is blonde, but they gave her dark lashes and almost like a smoky eye. Just so, I think it's so her expression would read better. For this character, I believe her hair color is like a really light color, like naturally. I don't know if I'm gonna like actually make her lashes light. I feel like I'm probably going to stick her with dark brows and maybe like flecks of light, and maybe because her lash color is light, I might put some of the blue from her eye in. Okay, I think her nose though. Today is just a stream about noses at this point. I think her nose shape is wrong. I gave her kind of like a button, super cute nose, but I think it's actually supposed to be a little bit more structured. The tip straight and then structured at the base. I've never had a client call me out for same face syndrome, but I know I have same face. So let's avoid it, shall we? Especially when doing their distinct characters. I feel like we should make an effort. Actually, that is a selling point for my commissions, strangely, is the fact that I do my best to give some diversity if working with, you know, diverse characters especially. So if you can make your clients comfortable and offer something that it's hard to come by, or just make them comfortable with like saying, hey, I understand that this is something that's important to you. I will treat it as if it's important to me because it's important to you. It makes a whole difference. I know I put her face, like her eye over like a lot, because like this makes it look like they're closer together. I think I gotta move her eye over. I'm gonna do that. So even if questions don't flow in, you're free to ask me. I'm gonna keep working, obviously, because I have to. But if I think of something, I'll mention it. So you can watch this back if you feel inclined. Or I can watch this back if I ever plan on making a video about it. But chances are I won't watch it back. Okay, but now her eyes look too close. What the heck is it? The face is a delicate thing. Goodness. You move one line out of place? Wrong. I use a lot of liquify, but like only at this stage, because it does blur things. I don't know how bad it is with Clip Studio, but it does blur things. Gotta be mindful. I think maybe it's a crime of having drawn too many anime noses lately. Suddenly can't draw a real nose. The heck is that? But the face is the worst part. Or not worst part, it's the most difficult part. It's my favorite part, but it's the part that will take the most care. I see it now. I see it. I feel like I don't charge my commissions based on time. Mostly demand, right? But if I was to do it on time, I feel like I would actually do it by day, because some days I'm faster than other days and it has nothing to do with the order itself. It's just like, am I focused? Can I do it? Can I sit down and really commit to it? Because then sometimes they're like 1 hour is not the same as another hour. So I'm not gonna do it the same. I would be a terrible boss. Like if I was to have, if I am my own boss, my own HR, and my own everything, yeah, I'm terrible. The working violations are crazy. Different people have different thresholds and different standards for them. I have 1 day off a week, actually. Tuesday. To be fair, I I go out during the weekend or whatever. But like, a full day off is 1 day off. And even that, sometimes I have a hard time. A lot of people glamorize being full-time, I think. But I understand. Actually, I have a story. I knew a full-time artist who was freelancing, and I was super jealous of her because she didn't want it, but I wanted it. I didn't understand why she wanted to give it up. Then she gave it up. She was a lot happier, but I didn't understand. And now that I'm a full-time artist, I'm like, oh, I get it now. I understand why somebody. I think it takes a certain type of person to be an entrepreneur and do it all the time. Like, you work all the time. And it's quite uncertain. And I'm not saying this like if anybody's watching this to scare you, but it does take actually a lot of determination and again a lot of delusion to do it. This one eye is driving me nuts, and I can see what's wrong, except every time I try and fix it, it's not what's wrong. Just what? Alright. It took me forever, but I can move on now. Oh my god. Ah. Do you enjoy the straw noises? I did mute myself eventually, because I was like, that's a lot. Alright, I took my mental break. It's time to really get at this now. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Alright, let's go. Now it's time to be actually impressive. And do the thing that I'm supposed to do. The locket is also silver, but I'm not gonna paint that. Whew. I purposely did not wear like makeup or do anything crazy for today's styling because I know I'm working on commissions. To be honest, I find it very annoying. So yeah, deal with gremlin me. Another thing, I only wear makeup really for like when I'm doing like marketing and content or whatever, or if I'm on stream. Actually, when I work from home, I just like literally wear whatever. So it's really nice to go out because then I'm like, oh, I can dress like a human. Majority of the time, I'm like straight up wearing sweatpants. I heard a thing. If you've ever watched The Devil Wears Prada, they say this in this movie, where you know when you start to have success, everything in your life blows up or whatever. So I have more of a struggle now balancing like work-life balance and literally contacting anybody if it has nothing to do with work. Is why streaming is really good because it's nice to have like a place to sound your thoughts and you move your mouth. Otherwise, I just straight up would not talk. A little tangent. Both in speaking, but also in drawing. No, but yeah, there was the hair was matching the head shape. I think there's a lot of fear mongering right now with the artists where it's like, oh, you can't make mistakes. You gotta do everything perfect. People's opinion. This, that. Honestly, don't worry about all that. Are you offering a service? Can people trust you to do that service? And are you making money clean? That's what you concern with yourself. There's like so much noise, and I think a lot of artists get really overwhelmed and really stressed and don't know where to go. Yeah, you get it. Hello, Busy Bart. It's a lot. I'm just kind of like yapping to myself, just in case somebody rewatches. But there's a lot right now. It's a lot. In fact, the other day I opened my threads and like they were all talking about the same thing, and I was like, man, I just opened it to see if anything cute was happening, but like I can't escape this one topic. What is this? And then I just straight up like close the phone, throws it, and I was like, all right, well, that's that. Enough of that. I appreciate that. There are so many different art styles to look at, especially on my stream, because I think I'm having an identity crisis. I have so many, so many art styles. Oh, this one is the one that's this is not a plug, but it's also a plug if you're on YouTube. It's not a plug on Twitch. Like this kind of style, which is like very anime. Still painterly though. So like, I don't know what's going on. My style is going through something. I don't know. So every time you show up on this stream, something weird is happening. There's something different going on. You're like, today it's anime, tomorrow marker style, and maybe the next day I'm gonna be drawing some kawaii stuff. Genuinely all happened in 1 week. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, some people are very much perfectionists, but I heard a thing recently and it called me out, and art, like it was the stupidest thing. I saw it on it was like a video game ranking video, had nothing to do with art. And they were like, oh, they say that being a perfectionist is not being in love with perfection, it's just a fear of being judged. And I was like, why you have to call me out this early on a Tuesday? You can just go on, rank the videos, don't. Why? But it's true. My art style, I call it, first of all, I don't know what to call it. For me, Tuesday's my day off, so Tuesday's the best day. So it's actually the worst day to call me out on something. Or maybe it's the best day, because then I have time to process it. I don't know. But my art style is very much embracing imperfection, because I am a recovering perfectionist, and that is like genuinely my biggest problem. I want things to be amazing, and so if I want things to be amazing, just simply don't bring it to life. Just if you think about it, it's perfect. If you execute it, it can't be perfect. So let's just not do it. So instead, I've just settled for, it's gonna look the way it looks. It's gonna be imperfect, whatever. In fact, if it encourages anybody, when I post things, it's not done. So if you're on my Instagram, the latest posts, they're all unfinished, actually. They look good enough to post. They are not the final at all. I think the last 5 or something, I went to print them and I changed them all. So they don't have to be perfect. They don't even have to be done. quite literally. That's a good description. I do like watercolor, and I don't like working on it because I would be using a lot of paper. But I used to like watercolor, working with watercolor. I do usually say, how do I describe it? Like blending anime, Japanese inspiration with a painterly touch. Just fantasy, just a little bit of painter. Just something. I would call myself a digital painter for sure. Yeah. Not always, apparently. I'm blending things lately. But we're getting there. For sure though, I have been doing my best not to perfect things. One thing that I can say if you're trying not to draw things perfectly is just don't zoom in. Because if we zoom in, we're gonna see things. Just don't do it. Just don't zoom in. You don't see things. This is perfect. I only zoom in at the end and I don't do it for too long. I like literally, I think some people when doing commissions have a different thinking where it's like, I need it to be perfect because somebody's paying me for this and I don't want them to be disappointed. And then there's the other side, which actually I got this from somebody who's not an artist who gave me this, not advice, but like, they were like, I know you're like this, you should do it this way. Think of this. Good enough. They are paying you for this. And you are only getting paid for like, you know, the amount of time or whatever. So you gotta get to a point and just be like, it's done. It's done. It's good enough, because you could be working on it forever, but you have stopped being profitable at that point. You're not making money anymore. Which is a very opposite thinking, I feel like. So some artists, they work on it thinking like based on like how many hours. I'm very much of the good enough. Exactly. Perfection is the enemy of good. I actually failed I failed university. Oh, I failed, but I dropped out, honestly. Before they could fail me, I dropped out. In my final year, because I was such a perfectionist, I literally could not finish a single thing. And what they used to say was, done is better. Done is better than nothing, you know? However, I wanted perfection, and I was very hard on myself. So even though I wasn't an artist at the time, it was, I mean, I technically was, right? Design and art are very much, you know, the same thing. But I am so well versed in perfectionism at this point. I literally failed a degree for it. I'm not unhappy about it. I'm just like, this is just, you know, villain origin story. My lore. But I'm much better at not being a perfectionist now. But then some may say that I veered too far. And I'm not a perfectionist at all anymore, which is a problem. There needs to be some detail orientation. Detail orient? I can't speak English. This is clearly what I've established in this stream. You gotta be a little detail oriented. But I do think perfectionism will stop you from doing a lot of opportunities, and especially with commissions, it's a big thing. Because then you never put yourself out there, you never end up getting your first commission, you never end up doing it badly, you never actually impressing your client, even though you think it's trash. And then you never get your next client, and then you never do it full time. Somebody who's doing this full time now, it's just a lot of, I've done it badly, a lot. That's pretty much it. I encourage everyone to do something and suck. It's the bravest thing you can do. And it's a very admirable thing, the most human thing, I think. And what's the most, isn't that what art's all about anyway? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Simple. Alright, I feel like I gave her so much attention. But then also, she's the one that we're focusing on the most, right? Because we're looking at her face the most. He's looking at her. I mean, she's also looking at him, but we're mostly looking at her. When we look at this, even like the colors make it so that we focus on her face because it's dark all around. Even like the colors I chose for her outfit are darker. Not darker, cooler. They match the background more. So it's like Focusing on her face. Now that I pointed that out now, though, I need to change the colors around. Maybe make him a little cooler. Make him cooler than he is. Get it? Ah. That was itchy. Alright. He's going to be glowing. So he will be brighter anyway. Maybe where's this? Now that we've been talking about art styles, I want to like point out my other ones because I just recently have been printing them. These are the things that are also going to be available at my next event. Let me tell you, there's craziness happening. So I haven't printed the big one of this one, but that's one. And I think I'm giving people confusion at this point. They're like, what is going on? This one, people have seen the completed version. The other ones, not so much. I have this one, but it's upside down. I have this style. This one I think is closer to the style that I'm working on right now. I feel like I have two, but then like the marker style is like pretty out there, I want to say. And then I got this one, which is a blend. And I'm aiming for that in my regular work, not in my my commercial work. Like in my sales, I'm aiming for this. Like prints and like stickers and things like that. And then for my commissions, it's closer to this one. Ish. This one is kind of a blend. And then this one was a fun experiment, and we're blending it. We're taking what I've learned from this one and, you know, whatever. So, you know, the topic again, do things badly, otherwise you literally can't experiment, you don't improve. What's the point? Genuinely, like what is the point? I think that's the whole fun part about doing art anyway, like you improve. And I really love doing commissions because it gives me that opportunity to try things that I probably would not try if I was doing it by myself. Like, who's really, like, I draw a lot of girls, right? Obviously, that's very obvious. But how am I gonna push myself to draw dudes? Well, my clients commissioned me to do it, right? So then I'm gonna do it. Or I would have never drawn a werewolf, which I did in my one of my previous streams. And I finished that one, actually. I believe it's becoming a book cover. I didn't actually know that, though. I knew it was a potential, but I didn't realize it was actually happening. I knew it was going to be printed. That's what I knew. Alrighty. His hair is dark, but then the background is also really dark. So I'm like... I said floppy hair. I don't know if this is necessarily floppy, but like I did my best. Speaking of perfectionism, I think I really operate on like a very might as well like type thinking, which is partially how these commissions are being streamed. Like, I'm gonna work on it anyway, might as well stream. If nobody shows up, I'm still gonna be doing the same thing anyway. Like, I'm still here. To do this, I think I'm gonna add some darkness here. Okay, not like that. I never like using pure black. I don't think it's very natural, not common. Unless you're looking at, I don't know, that not artificial, but you know, Vanta black, scientifically created. One thing bothering me is his eyes are really bright green, but they're a little bit too much for the lighting situation. I gave him the tallest forehead ever? Oh my god. I mean, it's more common for dude proportions to have like taller forehead, but like this is like it was weird. It didn't fit his hair. I don't think you can hear it, but my dog is squeaking a toy in the background. Just really, really aggressively. Dang. It's dead already. Stop squeaking. I think actually the bottom of his ear would be showing here. Trying to think of other things like that I could, what other wisdom I could impart based on this topic. Oh, speed is a thing. I think the level of speed you have for commissions. I think it's like, I think some people say, oh, I can't accept commissions because XYZ, right? One of them is like I'm not fast enough. It take too long. I think it's fine as long as you tell the client, and you're understanding of the fact that some people are not willing to wait that long. If you tell them, hey, your order is going to take a whole year, it's better than stringing them along and they have a deadline and they continuously are like chasing you down. Let them find another artist then, because then you're not the artist for their needs. But you're slow. You can be slow. It's okay. Again, you don't have to be perfect. Baby! Hello! So sorry if somebody was lurking and that was really loud. Do you want to say hi? Hey man, come join us. Come keep us company. Ugh, buddy. Here's Luffy. He doesn't show up for every stream, but if it's quiet enough, he'll show up. Here he is. The perfect boy. The fluff ball. You stink, man. Okay, they can't sniff you through the screen. Hey man, hey man. I need that. I need that hand. Luffy, do you have any questions for the class? No? Alright. I recently moved my dogs. I have a dog bed in here, but like I recently moved it because I had to take photos, which is why there's a huge studio light over there. If I turned it on, we'd all be blind. Flashbang. But he still likes being in here. I'm glad that he's here now. He does show up and like sit on my lap while I'm by myself too, right? This doesn't just happen on stream, obviously. He's not just a prop. But sometimes I don't let him because he's very distracting. You were looking at a guy this way. This part actually would be more flat. This part here. This. I'm not saying like, yes, this is exactly how to do it. I'm saying it as I'm talking myself through it. Because I'm not sure. Nobody has a line that hard on their face. I don't know if this is my first time drawing this angle, but actually I don't think he looks that bad. Sometimes I draw couples, especially a profile view, and a moment. I internally am thinking, wow, this is bad. Maybe part of it is I don't feel so rushed because I'm on stream. Oh, gotcha, Fluffy, thank you! Wait, hold on. I don't think I have the before and after. I usually save before and afters when it's like things that I'm gonna post, but this one I'm not gonna post because it's for a client. But do I have the before? No, I just have the 3D model. But yeah, we started and they were just line art, right? Or really sketchy line art. Now they have color and they're being painted. I'm still working on it, obviously. Working on his hair right now. Her hair, that's hopeless. On stream, it takes too long. I just need to like listen to like a movie soundtrack in the background and just blindly keep going, autopilot style. I'll get there. Well, that's gotta be my catchphrase. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, also, a new change is that Luffy's here. You can't really see him on camera. I don't think you can see him. Luffy. Hey, man. There he is. There's a guy. All right, put him down because he wants to sleep. You're a sleepy guy. It's his sleep time. He's just a little guy. Yeah, I had an idea of another topic on this. Don't feel like you have to be a full-time artist the same way everybody else is a full-time artist. I've seen some artists who make merch. I've seen some that do commissions. That would be me. I've seen some that only do in-person events, never do social media. I've seen some that only do professional clientele, as in like they work through like an agency or whatever. Some are industry pros. There's so many ways to do this. Like, you can't be too defeatist and be like, I can't do it. There's so many ways that you can get there. I wasn't expecting to get there this way. I somehow ended up here. And I'm just like, cool. Great. Well, now I have a cute little dog who's on my lap as I draw. Important to stay mindful and celebrate those wins. Something that I think about a lot when streaming is like, yeah, some people like to lurk, right? They don't want somebody who's talkative, but at the same time, that's like low-key my selling point. Because there's so many quiet artists out there that are like, you know, they stream with no mic on, no camera on. You could do it. Sometimes I do quiet down, whatever. But like, it's not every day that you find an artist on call almost that can answer your questions and is willing to like pause what they're doing and then do a tutorial, which is why I would like to do that for y'all, because I didn't have that. I grew up before the YouTube, so no, I mean, well, we had the YouTube, but it was not 420p. It wasn't great. Hey man, can I look at my screen? It'd be real cool. Thank you. Please don't lick it. They might look tasty because I'm making them shiny. Hey dude. What is this? Getting annoyed? You getting annoyed? Oh my god, it's almost like you. Okay, boy, you can be annoying. It's alright. We all can be annoying sometimes. It's cool. You see this camera shake? It's because he like literally whacked the table so aggressively just now. Goodness. want to go down. Ah! There he is! He's the artist now! Yeah, woo! Ah, woo, woo! There he is! Go on, Luffy, make some art. Say bye. Bye-bye! Look at how handsome he is. Okay. Whee! He's escaping now. There you go, boy. I gotta go open the door for a second. Ah, well, Luffy's shift is over. It's now my shift. He did some drawing. He did a great job, didn't he? Now it's my turn. Oh god, it's so much easier when there's not a baby dog on your lap demanding attention. But is that really how you want to live life? Without the annoyance? No. Oh, look at the preference. I am going to continue going. Usually I end at 12. However, I'm going to keep going because I have to make some progress anyway. And I would like to make a little bit more before I stop. I do have another project to work on that I cannot work on stream. I will. Get there. However, as I said earlier, Tuesday is my day off. So that means I need to get as much done as possible. One thing for sure is this is too much room here. The reference is a little bit of a shorter. Good. The hair though, because the angle that I picked the hair. Hair is not giving like suave romance character. It's kind of giving like bowl cut. I'm gonna rectify. We established that he's kind of a grumpy, kind of a little mean character, so we can give him a little bit of spiky, but not literally spiky. It just ends up that the way that it hangs is a little bit sharp. I feel like short hair is harder to draw. Do you think this might be too long for... A little bit of a haircut. Yeah, I do have some advice on doing commissions, like process-wise. One thing, if you're not very confident of your ability to fix things, yeah, don't merge your layers for sure. This is a big one. Heard this one a lot. I merge my layers, but I am willing to take the sacrifice of fixing for customer satisfaction. If you're the one that's like tracking your hours, yeah, don't do that. That's gonna take so much time. And I've always done it that way because I hate working with multiple layers. Like ease of work life, really. So don't do that if you're not confident. I have like the practice of doing it for a long time because I'm stubborn. I was told this in art school as well. Do not merge your layers. I think this is the art. Make him a little spiky. Match the character. I do have like a reference as well, but the way that I drew his hair, I did it just like really messy because I knew I was going to figure it out while painting. And my client trusted me. Thank goodness. I feel like, you know, like the lame character in a TV show who you don't think is like really like attractive. For example, like in Bridgerton, right? Like the character is not like that much of a showstopper because of the styling or whatever. It's just not flattering them. And then like when they're the romantic interest, all of a sudden, whoa, they look so good. I feel like that's what I just did with this guy's hair. Like he was like kind of giving bowl cut, and then all of a sudden, whoa, he's kind of like bad boy romance protagonist. Whoa. Yep, the power of hair. I don't know if this is like supposed to be shaved or not. I feel like it's just like shorter. I know this is giving Noctis from Final Fantasy. Nobody really gives me Final Fantasy references anymore, but like listen. I'm so down. The hair is so good. It's so like J-pop idol from like the 2000s. I feel like Japan is kind of like in the past with that, with their styling. Like, how is that still trendy? Like, why are we still selling same pomade? And why is it still doing the same thing? Versus like here, I think like curly, messy hair is really in for dudes. There he is. Normally I would show you before and after. I really am just like prioritizing efficiency right now. I'm like, we are just going, keep going. If you want to see the before and after, if you're on YouTube, you can just, you know, check. And then if you're not, look. Oh my god, Sylveon! The cutest Pokemon. Hiya. When I went to Japan, I actually got a cute Sylveon plushie for my friend. And then they had these super cute blind boxes. They were amazing, and it took me everything because it wouldn't be for me. It would have been for my friend, and I was like, but the risk of her not getting Sylveon and not worth it. But they were like literally so cute. They look like little jewelry boxes, but like with all the girly Pokemon. So cute. And then I think I saw them like being resold at a different location, and they were like crazy expensive. I was like, oh, but it would have been so cool. Maybe what I should have done was buy like all of them and then like just give my friend the Sylveon. But I'm not even that big a fan of Pokemon, so it doesn't even make sense. I just really like the cute. Okay, while I was over there. Okay, wait. I don't like what I did with this hair actually. I wanted to do something at the bottom. By the time I notice somebody has said hi in YouTube, I think they have clicked off. And I just point this, I'm just gonna like address it. I think like 3 people have said hi and then just like clicked off because I was looking at something else. But it's so quiet that like when I'm staring at it, nobody appears. What is that? Stop. It's frustrating. When I finally give up, I'm like, all right, I gotta look at something else. Somehow they just appear. And I'm like, what is this? So it's not that if you ever come into my chat and I ignore you, it's not that I'm actively ignoring you. It's just that it was like the one time I looked away, suddenly something happened. And now look, because this has happened, I'm gonna like stare at the chat for like the next 5 minutes. And then I'm gonna step away. Something. I'm not even gonna step away. I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna look away. I've had it happen on Twitch too, where like I look down and I'm drawing, right? So I'm really focused. And then they got frustrated with me after like 1 minute of not replying. I look up and I said, oh my god, hi, so sorry I missed your message. They're gone. I'm like, stop it. Stop it. I'm doing my best. All right, y'all, doing my best. The good thing about YouTube is you can rewatch this and, you know, you can see how the end turned out. Also, everyone's super hot. Super okay to just keep watching in the background or lurking or doing whatever, but you say hi and I don't say hi back, I was not ignoring you, alright? I looked away for 2 seconds and then things happened. That's what happened. It's a thing at conventions too, I've heard. Like the second you start eating, somehow people just know and then they just like appear. It's a very weird. Listen, if you ever go full time and you're watching this video and you're like, oh, I'm gonna prepare myself by hearing other people's opinions or, you know, life experiences, you need to summon a customer. Just be actually busy. Yeah. I mean, there is like a thing where it's like if you look busy, you look more approachable. And I guess I look busy all the time because people approach me all the time. when you're eating is wild. It's the same thing at a restaurant. Somehow I always have food in my mouth when the waiter appears, and I'm like, why? Where were you? Like literally, I was watching you walk by, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna put something in my mouth right this second because you're coming through. And then somehow they don't ask how I'm doing, and then they ask when they come from behind me and I'm not prepared. This is like completely irrelevant and has nothing to do with the topic that I picked for this stream, but it's really just a conversation starter, honestly. You can talk to me about anything. I'm just here, you know, I just gotta be. Not hair in my mouth. What is this? That whole rant. I was mentioning this, that like, I have dog fur everywhere because I have P who just appeared on camera. And yeah, genuinely everywhere. Did you see what just happened? It was on my lap for like 2 seconds and I'm like, fur up my nose, in my face. Baby. Speaking of, you plan on becoming an artist, and I'm just really just dropping all information here. If you can't plan on becoming an artist that sells merchandise and you plan on buying your printer, and you have a dog, there is a thing you can cover your printer. Like if there's you should close your printer. It will collect dust and it will collect dog fur. And you think that's not a big deal? No, it will print the dog fur. So, you know, just FYI, just so you know. A little bit stronger. Oh man, it was nice the first time. Not the right direction. I do like silver hair that's like sparkly. I think like do this kind of thing right here, where it's like there's strands that disappear. I'll probably add some white strands now. her hair looked kind of like blue. Now I... Okay, I'm gonna play with her more later. Sure, we don't put too much focus on one part, because otherwise then it's like over rendered. And also if you put too much one spot, then that means you have to keep that up the whole time. If you make something super rendered, you have to make everything else super rendered. And that takes a lot more time and money. Everything costs money. And if they're not paying you for that money, guess what? You're losing that money. You're paying the money because you could be working on another project which is giving you. Even if it's like, I think this is a struggle that a lot of artists have as well, which is like, even if it's like, you're posting on social media, right? You're not earning anything from that. No, but you are, because if a potential client sees that, they're like, oh, this artist is now on my radar. You are technically getting paid to do your personal stuff because it was promotional work. So everything costs money. But then the issue is, when you get into that mindset, if you stay there for too long, artists can get really burned out. Really important to remember why you're doing the art in the first place. Yeah, everything costs money, but like, so does breathing, so. I feel like there needs to be some purple here. Not like that. Not like that either. I will say this is like pretty almost close to done, pretty much. It's like more polishing than anything. Which is the point where I'm like, okay, we send it to the client. It's the client's say now. Do they like it? Do they not like it? Is there something they need me to fix? Okay, well now it's time to merge them because now I've started painting them together. This is basically black. Not my favorite. But at the same time, the background's gonna be so dark. I should probably lighten them so that I can have more contrast. Different now. On with what we got here. I realize this fan brace would be tilted this way. That should be. Just covering more of her arm. Okay, she's not falling, so I feel like this hair. So up. In fact, it completely defies gravity here. Unless she's like literally falling. Even though I liked it, it doesn't make sense. Alright, before I continue, I am going to do his glow, because at this point, I think if I don't do it, it's not going to work very well with the lighting and everything. If he's glowing or warm, then the shadow should be cooler. So her face is like very yellow right now. Oof, crazy. That's better for their skin tone. Oh, it knows. Alright, let me... Oh, this character. He glows with light. Based on the reference. Yeah, exactly. Ooh! Hello, thank you so much for following! Absolutely free to lurk. Absolutely free to ask questions. Absolutely free to do anything. Make him flowy right now. Oh! And Zelda. Link in Glow and Tears of the Kingdom. That kind of effect, what we're going for. If I could find a reference, would be really cool, but let's do a soft somehow. Maybe color? So you know when you put like a flashlight against your finger and it turns red, right? That's what I would imagine if you were gluing from the inside out. So that's why he's a little bit reddish, which I think works. And the author said not obnoxiously glowing. Well, that's not what I wanted. Like this affecting glow itself. Yes, fire magic, right? So usually fire magic is like orangey. Maybe we start with this color and then we do a separate color underneath. So it works and it feels fiery. Even if it's not literal fire, at least it's like the vibe of fire. Oh no. No, but then it looks like the glow is behind him, actually, not from him. Almost like he's got a literal glowing tan. That's what I'm... The best way to make something look like it's glowing, like everything around it look dark. I'm going to do the reverse. And add back the shadows. Oh, no, this is it right here. That's why I'm tripping myself up. That's how you know I need a break eventually. Alright. Oh, there we go. I feel like this should be darker even. Try that again. He's glowing. She's in the dark here. His hair doesn't have... I will probably add a rim light or something. so they can be better defined. This part is not as important. Bottom. I want to lead the eye to her face. How many times will it attempt the same thing even though they look the same every time? Shh, shut up. Oh, he's wearing clothes here, so I don't think he glows through his blows. That would be crazy. His skin is glowing, right? Well, that's what makes sense to me, at least. He's not glowing extremely, I don't think. I'm gonna go through really thick material. Also, make hair look more silver and like shiny and sparkly and whatever. There has to be more darkness. Right, and then I'm going to go through and add a little bit of lightness. Oh, crazy. Oh, super crazy. Right. Let's delete that. Oh my god. Okay, nice. Oh my god. Oh. Well, he's the one who's glowing, right? Let's add him first. Looks kind of like he got a bad spray. This part here shouldn't be. Point of adding the lightness on her and stuck. It's like really intense, even though it's like 29%, so intense. You know how Hercules glows when he becomes a god? Say that. Like she's got jaundice. I'm gonna get there, and something good is gonna happen. Very clear just yet. Get to be a little bit more intentional. Another way to do that. Maybe we make her actually more dark. Because then the areas that are lit up make more sense. It's crazy. I think the color is not that bad. It's just like the way that it looks on her. It's crazy. Definitely her eyes as well. The glow would go through her hair. There has an opening, obviously. You know that. Everywhere his arm is touching. So. Back up. Elbow here. His face is like reflecting on her face. Makes her eyes look purple. No. So play around with that just for recognizability. Color theory be damned, essentially. As long as it matches what the author wants. Honestly, glow would be up here. Now she looks like. I think that was a trick though. It does look like she's glowing and she is lit. Lit, fam. No, she's lit by his glow. Right. There's some light source. I really wanted to make this magical. Good. What is this? Oh, I need this. I think so. Yeah. I wanted to make this magical. I could go through here, and as mentioned before, like Zelda. Like the dust around also gets lit, kind of thing. You ever see a dusty room in the sun? I'm not saying that they're in a dusty room or he's dusty. No, it's crazy. But that's like the effect that we tend to do to make something glowy. Oh, also this here. Actually, I do think this can get rid of this. That layer is going to be clean. And now knowing what is going to be showing in the dark and what isn't, I can focus on what parts to render without wasting so much time. And then probably what's going to happen at the end, over top, I will work on all of it as a merged layer. That way, anything that I miss looking at it in the final, I can actually. Oh, also she has like metal here. Metal is very, very reflective. That's why her eyes also have the most glow too. Eyes are wet. Newsflash, eyes are wet. Crazy. Make this look more like magical later. I don't think I'm going to stream this again, this artwork. So you'll have to check out the author when he posts it, because I have a feeling that the next time I work on this, I will like just straight up finish it. This will be lit, but I think it looks nice. I might light it just for the sake that it looks nice, you know. So if she's wearing leather, okay, but look at how crazy this looks like without the background. I don't think he's that glowy, but for just like romantic effect, for lighting purposes. So we can also see their silhouette, because if I don't do that, we can't actually see what's happening, right? Look, they're so dark. But now we can see that, oh, his hand is on her waist. She's cinched in. This part won't be glowy. And that's good because there's nothing. Near his hand, near his, not really near his face, but near his neck is okay. If I do near his face, can't read it very well. Props to the author for coming up with this concept. The pose. Yeah, I came up with the pose, but not the actual scene, like what they're doing in the scene. Good job. The lighting. Very cinematic. There's this one line that's like driving me nuts. It's fixed. Alright, so it's not done, but considering the beginning of this stream, we started with no color. I gotta say, pretty good. When I started, I didn't have the background, didn't have the glow, of course. These guys had no color at all, actually. They were really, really rough. And I don't even have it because they were that rough. I'm wondering if I can pull it in. Because, of course, I sent the client an update at one point, but yeah, I do. I have it before I have their clothes. Alright, y'all ready for this? There they are, see? This was, honestly, I feel like I didn't touch his hair before working on this. And I didn't have his clothes, but I gave her clothes before drawing this. So, once again, here's the before and after. Let's go. So far, there are things that need to be fixed. Okay, there are things that really, really need to be fixed. Of course, I'm gonna work on it. All right. So, here is before, and here is after. I still have this text. This is funny. Bro glows. He does now. He does. I definitely will do some color adjustment. I'll keep painting it. I'll probably keep painting it looking like this, because right here his hand's not finished and things like that. Just so there's a little bit more detail. Give them a little bit more something, something. And then it's like, look, there's pieces of her that are missing. I do this. And then I'll provide it and it'll be all done. Yay! Thank you so much for tuning in. If you were lurking, thank you. I hope that any of the topics that I talked about, some artists will find it useful. If not, probably I'm gonna bring it up. If somebody wants to ask me in the future, sure. I know it's Sunday, people are kind of busy, and I'm a newbie streamer, so it's chill. Sometimes it be slow like that, it be quiet like that. I honestly was a little bit intimidated by this one. Not because of the concept, but because drawing guys in portrait, like in profile, for some reason, I struggle so hard. And I did struggle on his nose for a long time. But I think he turned out great. I did kind of visit my roots again with getting very messy with it. Because like I started getting really messy all over the place. But actually I think it adds to it because it's kind of romantic, kind of more passionate that way. But yeah, I really hope that Lily likes this. She probably is not going to sneak in and see the stream. I'll send her an update. And then everyone will know how it looks. I'm just rambling at this point. I need to take a break before I work on my next commission that you can't see right now, but hopefully I'll share it. Thank you so much. Goodbye!